The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., November 13th, 2024. I hereby appoint the Honorable Greg Lopez to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 9th, 2024, the chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for a morning hour debate. The chair will alternate recognition between the parties with time equally allocated between the parties, and each member other than the majority and minority leaders and the minority whip limited to 5 minutes, but in no event shall debate continue beyond 11:50 a.m. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Ohio, Ms. Capter, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, during this fall season, thanks are due to the U.S. Department of Agriculture for its award of 10,000 trees to the city of Toledo, Ohio, worth millions of dollars. These trees will be planted in oxygen-short neighborhoods and barren industrial and commercial zones to achieve beautification and better air quality. Others will replace legacy trees damaged by severe weather events, such as tornadoes that occurred in Point Place. Bottom line, beautification of our precious coastal community. As a member of the Appropriations Subcommittee on Agriculture, this significant boost from the U.S. Department of Agriculture will present our Western Basin with a major new opportunity. Planting trees can develop community-wide and neighborhood environmental consciousness, organizing grassroots planting teams across our precious fresh watershed. We all have a responsibility to the future by helping seed a new and renewed consciousness across Lake Erie's abundant western freshwater basin. Indeed, the city of Toledo sits at the lowest elevation in our vast watershed that hugs Lake Erie and drains all the runoff into it. Thus, trees also provide a great filtering capacity as trees store and filter water. The city of Toledo has been handed this rather major task to green up. My hope is that regional stewardship will include trees acquired from local growers, links to environmental organizations, and engagement of our metro parks and Black Swamp Conservancy. Tree planting creates a once-in-a-generation opportunity for community betterment and for popular mobilization. Toledo Youth and other organizations in our neighborhoods, including downtown Toledo itself, will benefit from this 10,000 tree promise of a better future for our coastal city as a welcoming and beautiful destination where the lake and the Maumee River, the largest river to flow into the Great Lakes, adjoin at the coastline's edge. Coastal, river, and stream bank planting will help relieve flooding. Mature trees hold hundreds of gallons of water and reduce flooding to assist homeowners in places that are along Swan Creek, Reynolds Road, Burn Road, Sleepy Hollow corridors, as well as West Toledo and other areas that still have water runoff on occasion and are challenged. Strategic tree planting can improve our entire region, our freshwater rivers, streams, and ditches that run through Toledo, and their banks must be attended, starting where tornadoes have just destroyed hundreds and hundreds of legacy trees. Trees can help upgrade our civic center and many of our corridors along Cherry Street, the South End, and Junction neighborhoods. The Ohio Turnpike exit onto US 20 still is the only exit in the city of Toledo and Maumee off the Ohio Turnpike. This corridor should be showcased by tree plantings leading to Toledo's Botanical Gardens, its CYO fields, and then proceeding up to the Wildwood Preserve. The US 24 artery that I was proud to champion has been improved all the way from the Port of Toledo all the way to the Indiana border, carefully winding through some of the richest farmland in the world. This freshwater corridor can be visually upgraded even more with trees as one approaches our freshwater kingdom. Indeed, our region is located at the southernmost, warmest coastline in the entire Great Lakes. The Maumee River is the largest river that flows into the Great Lakes, and we should showcase it and its boundaries, regardless of political jurisdiction. Currently, millions of potential visitors coming across the Ohio Turnpike would never think of exiting off into our region because signage does not create the reason for them to do so. A tree corridor can welcome visitors from far and wide. My hope is that this project is not just about sending out trucks with tree saplings and excavator buckets. My hope is that our region's leaders can use this opportunity to take bold leadership to spruce up our glass city in a garden. We know Toledo has oxygen deficits in several regions, especially where industrial development and leaching landfills cause pollutants like CO2 and methane to continue emitting. Planting trees may seem like a simple undertaking, yet Toledo is nestled inside the largest watershed, and it is sustainable and unique globally if properly tended. Our citizenry is motivated to manage our precious assets going forward, including attention to new age production greenhouses that produce millions of plants and fresh produce we all enjoy. If this were Amish country, there would be a welcome center, signage, websites, beautified exit ramps leading off the Turnpike exit to Reynolds Road up to Hill Avenue at the Kyle Farm, where we have the opportunity for a visitor center and dozens of local farm markets in the region. Mr. Speaker, I thank you so very much for allowing me to speak today, because we all know what America makes and grows America. Thank you, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Ramirez, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in recognition of Hip Hop History Month, I rise to honor Grammy Award-winning music producer, director, and composer Peter Wilkins, or better known as Peter Cottontail. Peter's visionary artistry has profoundly shaped the music scene of our city, Chi-Town, and beyond. As a close collaborator of Chance the Rapper and a founding member of the Social Experiment, Peter's talents have contributed to Grammy-winning projects that honor and elevate Chicago's people, our shared struggle, our sense of community, and our unique creative opportunity to serve others. His fingerprints can also be found in the music of SZA and Lil Wayne and J. Cole, as well as hometown heroes like Jamila Woods, No Name, and Vic Mensa. As the owner of RCM Studios in Avondale in the Illinois 3rd District, Peter is cultivating inclusive, joyful spaces for local talent. Cottontail's work is not just music. It's a movement towards innovation and a movement towards unity. On behalf of Illinois' 3rd District, I commend Peter Cottontail for his contributions to hip-hop and music history, and for reminding us the power of music that can unite communities. Thank you, Peter. Congratulations. Mr. Speaker, en honor del mes de la herencia nativa americana, deseo honrar a mi constituyente Nelly Lema, una líder comunitaria comprometida con la preservación de la cultura y la historia del pueblo nativo quichua de Ecuador. Como presidenta de la comunidad quichua de Chicago, Nelly ha construido una comunidad y fortalecido la identidad cultural de una comunidad quichua que hoy considera Chicago su hogar. A través de espectáculos culturales, talleres, clases cultural competentes, diálogo cívico y abogacía por políticas públicas, ha alentado a quichuas en Chicago a preservar su idioma, sus tradiciones y su identidad como pueblo. Al compartir espacio con músicos, artistas y personas de la tercera edad quichua que brindan sus talentos y conocimientos, fomenta un espacio acogedor para que su comunidad se sienta reconocida, se sea vista y valorada. Los esfuerzos de Nelly nos recuerdan la importancia de elevar las comunidades latinas indígenas de la diáspora tanto en los Estados Unidos como a nivel mundial. La felicito por su trabajo, increíblemente necesario como administradora cultural y líder comunitaria. Felicitaciones, Nelly. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Metra and all of its employees on their 40th anniversary of delivering public transportation services for communities in Illinois' 3rd Congressional District. Metra is essential to our work in Illinois to build a strong, vibrant regional economy. Public transportation connects residents of Illinois' 3rd Congressional District to high-quality jobs, public amenities, and local businesses, from DuPage County to downtown Chicago and beyond. When public transportation provides reliable, affordable, accessible service, the benefits go beyond economic development and opportunity. We can achieve cleaner environments, better family health outcomes, and safer communities. It is why I am proud to have secured $8 million in federal funds for the Department of Transportation's Rail Crossing Elimination Program to support the separation of train traffic from pedestrians and cars in the Franklin Park community in my district, a project that will improve safety and mobility for local residents in my district. And as we celebrate the 40th anniversary of Metra and its commuter rail service, I will continue advocating for policies and investments that support public transit environments, strengthen green resilient infrastructure, and expand choice and equity in our transportation systems. To everyone at Metra, thank you for your service, for connecting our communities. Let's continue rolling together towards a brighter future. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Would the gentlewoman from Illinois please provide a translation to this further? The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Barragan, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in recognition of National Family Caregivers Month. We celebrate caregivers who take care of our loved ones, who care for our mothers, our fathers, our siblings, our grandparents. It is caregivers who make it possible to keep our loved ones in their homes for as long as possible. It is caregivers who are there for our loved ones when we cannot be there. It is caregivers who provide comfort and care, companionship, and so much more to our loved ones. Sometimes the caregivers are paid. Sometimes the caregivers are unpaid. Sometimes the caregivers are family members, and those who are not become part of our family. The majority of the caregiving workforce tends to be women and people of color. They all deserve our thanks and our recognition. We say thank you. Your service and sacrifice for our families is essential. Caregivers provide round-the-clock care. Their contributions are often overlooked and undervalued. Caregiving requires time, money, and resources and takes a toll on a caregiver's physical and mental health. Yet, caregiving can be one of the most rewarding experiences. As a caregiver for my mom, who is 83 with Alzheimer's, I want every family caregiver to know that you are not alone and you are appreciated. Each day, there are also more and more caregivers who face the challenge of balancing care for both their children and their parents, while at the same time maintaining a career. That's why Congress should act to build and support a stronger care economy. A care economy that will help American families thrive and ensure quality care for their loved ones. Caregivers should only need one job, not multiple jobs to live. All caregivers deserve to be paid, and those that are paid deserve a pay raise. On average, caregivers spend 26% of their income on out-of-pocket care costs that include housing and meals and medical costs. This financial strain hits hardest for younger caregivers and Latino and African American caregivers, as well as those who care for loved ones with dementia. To reduce this financial burden, we should pass legislation to provide a tax credit to eligible families. And we can build a strong care economy by passing legislation to have Medicare cover the cost of care for our loved ones. Let's support our caregivers and the American people by supporting policies that help build a strong care economy. This November and every month, we recognize and support family caregivers. I yield back.
Hit the gavel first. To Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess until noon today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Lord, in your mercy, attend to our country's deep divide, made so painfully evident in these last months, weeks, and days. Remind us instead that you call us to demolish every argument and every pretension in all aspects of our lives, personal, political, spiritual, that sets itself up against the knowledge of you, O God. For you alone are wise. Even our best thoughts, desires, and intentions do not come near to your thoughts, nor capture all that you desire and intend for us as individuals, families, communities, and as a country. In these days when tempers are short and disappointment is deep, when victory satisfies and boasting comes all too naturally, remind us to take every thought captive and make it obedient to you. Guide our minds and our hearts to your truth, that whatever stand we take today would reflect your love and your grace. For it is in your sovereign name we pray. Amen.
The chair has examined the journal of last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. McGovern.
I so in the gallery join with us. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize the life and service of Private First Class Foster Sayers. Foster Joseph Sayers was a 20-year-old infantryman who joined the Army from Howard, Pennsylvania in March of 1943. Private Sayers served during World War II in Thionville, France. On November 12, 1944, he went above the call of duty when he single-handedly ran towards enemy forces. His heroic actions enabled his company to run across the open field to successfully flank and capture the enemy position. Private First Class Foster Sayers valiantly fought to protect our freedoms and has bravely earned him a Medal of Honor. 80 years later, we remember that the freedoms that we enjoy have come at a tremendous cost, paid in sweat, sacrifice, and blood by service members like Foster Sayers. Yesterday, I had the opportunity to honor Private Sayers by presenting 2 flags, the Foster Sayers Jr. and Foster Sayers III, in memory of their father and grandfather. Madam Speaker, let us continue to build a country worthy of the sacrifices of our veterans. May God bless our veterans and our great nation. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, under the leadership of Boston Mayor Michelle Wu and Food and Nutrition Services Director Annalise Tanner, Boston Public Schools are proving to all of us that school meals can be improved by implementing scratch cooking and sourcing local produce. In September, I joined Mayor Wu and her team and state and local officials at Sikowski Farm in Hadley, Massachusetts, a wonderful farming community in my congressional district, to learn more about this incredible partnership that is improving access to local produce for students in the Boston Public Schools. When the support of federal funding from the U.S. with support of federal funding from the U.S. Department of Agriculture, Boston is purchasing delicious butternut squash, zucchinis, tomatoes, sweet potatoes, and more from family farmer Joe Sikowski. This partnership is not only good for the farm, but it is also good for families. I'm told that the kids love the scratch-cooked, locally sourced meals that are made from ingredients grown 90 miles down the road. This partnership should serve as inspiration for all of us to continue our work to improve local food systems and end hunger now. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Arizona seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize a member of my district staff, Ashley Paxton, for her dedication and service to the constituents of Arizona's 8th Congressional District. Ashley Paxton, a U.S. Air Force veteran, serves as a Green and Gold Congressional Fellow in my Surprise, Arizona District office. In just a short time, Ashley expertly navigated problems for over 200 constituents who had issues with various federal agencies. As a result, she saved these constituents over $350,000. Ashley also excelled at constituent outreach around the district and coordinating both the Congressional Art Competition and the annual Military Service Academy nomination process. I would like to thank Ashley for her leadership and service to the 8th Congressional District. Her dedication and determination were critical to the success of our constituent service programs and improved the lives of those living in our district. Thank you, Ashley. I appreciate you. Madam Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend if necessary.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to support the millions of Americans who live with disabilities and who want to stay in their homes. That seems like a pretty simple idea and something that unfortunately millions and millions and millions of people are denied. In 1999, the Supreme Court issued the Olmstead decision, finding that individuals with disabilities have a right under the Americans with Disabilities Act to receive state-funded support and services while living independently in their community. This landmark decision promised to ensure people would have access to home and community-based care as an alternative to institutionalization. However, 25 years later, people are still being forced into the institutions, including nursing homes and psychiatric hospitals. One person who wanted to live in their home with the benefit of these services where they were court affirmed was LaTanya Reeves. She lived in my hometown of Memphis but couldn't get the services in her home that she needed, so she moved to Colorado in 1991, where she could live without being institutionalized. While there, she contributed to the community by working as a transition counselor and community activist. This session, I introduced the LaTanya Reeves Freedom Act, which would codify the Olmstead decision and strengthen the rights of Americans with disabilities to receive long-time services and supports in the settings of their choice. This bill's been around in several forms for several years. In the last 2 terms, it's gained the support of a majority of the House of Representatives, and in this Congress, it's had as many as 222 co-sponsors. I filed a discharge petition to bring the bill to the floor just a few minutes ago. In the remaining days of the 118th Congress, I hope my colleagues on both sides of the aisle will sign the discharge petition to support millions of Americans with disabilities. Let's keep the American dream alive with people with disabilities to stay in their home. I yield back the balance of my time. And thank you, Madam Speaker.
For what purpose? The chair will remind all persons in the gallery that they are here as guests of the House and that any manifestation of approval or disapproval of proceedings is in violation of the rules of the House. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise to address the House and ask unanimous consent to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, as a child growing up in Altoona, Pennsylvania, I recall the bread man, Schmitty, who made twice-a-week visits to our home. During my training at Johns Hopkins Hospital, there were very few people who were awake as I walked to the hospital early in the morning. One exception was a bread truck. For generations, American bakers have risen early, rolled up their sleeves, and literally rolled out the dough. I proudly represent Martin's Potato Rolls in central Pennsylvania in Franklin County, carrying on that tradition of bakers. Today, I am proud to introduce a resolution that would recognize the thousands of bakers across our country who need and create the foods that so many Americans need to feed their families by making November National Bread Month. In addition to introducing this legislation, I'm proud to be launching the Congressional Baking Caucus, a group of lawmakers who are committed to addressing the critical issues facing our baking industry. Together with Congressman Don Davis of North Carolina, we will focus on growing the industry's workforce and ensuring that bakers can thrive in the years ahead. Across our country, these men and women are working tirelessly to support communities, and the Congressional Bakers Caucus will work to ensure that families have the food that nourishes them each and every day. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, by direction on the Committee on Rules, I call up House Resolution 1568 and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Calendar Number 94, House Resolution 1568. Resolved that upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill, H.R. 8932, to establish an earlier application processing cycle for the FAFSA. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. The amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Education and the Workforce, now printed in the bill, shall be considered as adopted. The bill as amended shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. The previous question shall be considered as order on the bill as amended and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervention of any motion except one. 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Education and the Workforce or their respective designees, and 2, 1 motion to recommit. Section 2, upon adoption of this resolution, shall be in order to consider in the House the bill, H.R. 7409, to amend the Geothermal Steam Act of 1970 to waive the requirement for a federal drilling permit for certain activities, to exempt certain activities from the requirements of the National Environmental Policy Act of 1969 and for other purposes. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. The bill shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill are waived. The previous question shall be considered as order on the bill and on any amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Natural Resources or their respective designees, and 2, 1 motion to recommit. Section 3, upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill, H.R. 8446, to amend the Energy Act of 2020 to include critical materials and the definition of critical mineral and for other purposes. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. The amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on the Natural Resources, now printed in the bill, shall be considered as adopted. The bill as amended shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. The previous question shall be considered as order on the bill as amended and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Natural Resources or their respective designees, and 2, 1 motion to recommit.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 1 hour.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. For the purposes of debate only, I yield the customary 30 minutes to the gentleman from Massachusetts, ranking member Mr. McGovern, pending which I yield myself such time as I may consume. During consideration of the resolution, all time yielded is for the purpose of debate only. Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, last week the American people spoke. They spoke forcefully against what we've seen for 4 years out of the Biden-Harris administration and their whole of government assault over individual freedom, economic prosperity, and limited government. For 4 years, the Biden-Harris administration and their allies here in Congress had the opportunity to show the American people their vision of our country and their vision of what the role the federal government might play in shaping it. 4 years of drastic expansion of federal budgets, 4 years of regulatory regimes, and 4 years of hazy interpretations of the constitutional separation of powers. Look, votes are continuing to be counted, but it is already clear that the American people spoke to the need for an equally drastic course correction right here in Washington, D.C., and subsequently the direction where our country is headed. This week is perhaps the opportunity to bind the wounds for a nationwide healing experience over what has been suffered for the last 4 years. Crippling inflation, rampant crime, a bureaucratic state that has squeezed out every ounce of productivity from this country. And you know what? We've left our adversaries a lot of room to run. The good news for the gentleman from Massachusetts is that the measure before us can and should be bipartisan. H.Res. 1568 provides for consideration of 3 pieces of legislation to make targeted adjustments to the bureaucracy aimed at making American lives better, less expensive, and more productive. Each piece has or should receive bipartisan support. Each piece speaks to issues that we've received bipartisan praise or concern. This week, we can unify under the mandate of the American people and continue the body of work that will begin today and continue into next year. First, the rule that provides for consideration of 8932, the FAFSA Deadline Act, under a structured rule with 1 hour of debate equally divided between the chair and the ranking minority member of the Committee on Education and the Workforce, and it provides for 1 motion to recommit. Second, the rule provides for consideration of H.R. 7409, the Harnessing Energy at Thermal Sources, or HEATS Act, under a closed rule with 1 hour of debate equally divided between the chair and ranking minority member on the Committee on Natural Resources, and provides for 1 motion to recommit. Third, the rule provides for consideration of H.R. 8446, the Critical Minerals Consistency Act, under a closed rule with 1 hour of debate equally divided between the chair and the ranking minority member of the Committee on Natural Resources, and provides for 1 motion to recommit. Madam Speaker, each of these bills takes a scalpel to the government bureaucracy to make American lives easier, more affordable, and more productive. The FAFSA Deadline Act ensures that the Biden-Harris administration, their rollout of the updated FAFSA forms has been a disaster, and we're going to make sure that that does not happen again. The delays, the mistakes, the glitches, 430,000 less students filling out a student aid application for the 2024 fall semester, and the steepest drop in first-year college enrollment since the pandemic. Madam Speaker, it begs the question, how are you going to forgive student loans if you don't allow them to be made in the first place? The FAFSA Deadline Act would force future administrations to prioritize this important process over illegal and constitutionally questionable student loan bailout schemes. The HEATS Act eliminates the redundancy in federal permitting for clean geothermal energy production, lessening the paperwork burden for developers, lowering energy costs, and hastening a growing and important part of our domestic energy portfolio. And finally, the Critical Mineral Consistency Act resolves a disparity between 2 agencies responsible for greenlighting our domestic mineral production, ensuring that we can mine the minerals for our vehicles, for our cell phones, and for life-saving technology, not just for today, but for generations to come. Affordable energy, abundant natural resources, and economic opportunity. What's not to like? That's what these bills achieve. And in doing so, they make common sense, targeted reforms to fix real problems the American people face. That's what the House majority has promised to the American people. That's what this body can do today. And that's what Republicans can work toward in the years to come. I urge my colleagues to support the rule and the underlying bills, and to reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the gentleman from Texas for yielding me the customary 30 minutes, and I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, before we begin, I want to address the results of last week's election. I want to congratulate the gentleman from Texas and my Republican colleagues on the results of the presidential election. For them, this election was a reason to celebrate. For half the country, it was awful. Like so many people, I am deeply concerned about our democracy, concerned that the man who was elected does not care about helping regular people, concerned that people are going to be hurt by his bad policies, concerned that vulnerable populations will become targets, concerned by the president-elect's fascination with Vladimir Putin, concerned that in the face of such a tough reality, many in this country will become disillusioned and disengaged from politics altogether. Like many people, I am worried. But let me tell you what I'm not going to do. I'm not going to complain and whine like Republicans. I'm not going to deny facts or reality and pretend that the election was rigged against us. I'm not going to create fake stories about poll workers stuffing ballot boxes that result in people getting death threats and having to leave their home. Democrats aren't going to violently storm the Capitol building. We're not going to go on TV and spread lies about voter fraud. We're not going to elevate conspiracy theories that point a finger to blame others for the outcome. And we sure as hell would have no interest in pardoning people who attacked cops, desecrated this building, and treated our country like garbage. The truth is that the election this year was free and fair, just like the election in 2020 was free and fair. Republicans were already getting ready to sow the seeds of another big lie until they won. Then their claims of voter fraud evaporated into thin air. So what you will not see is Democrats try to overturn the election like sore losers. We're not going to act like babies. We're going to take responsibility, and we are going to move forward. And I think the most important thing we can do right now is listen to our friends, our neighbors, and our fellow Americans, because obviously things need to change. But I also want to say this loud and clear to everyone listening who is upset by the outcome of this election. Please don't give in to despair. We cannot change the past. All we can do is to help shape the future. And the hard work of protecting this country from the potentially devastating effects of a second Donald Trump presidency starts today. We can take heart in our small victories. We have new voices joining our ranks in the Senate and in the House, many of them historic and ready to push for change. As our party recalibrates, and let me be clear, we must recalibrate, we will need every one of these new voices on our side. And while we still await the final determination on who will be in charge of the House of Representatives, let me just say that if Republicans hold on to control, we will show up. We will show up for every single fight and every single vote. We will minimize the damage where we can, and while we may not always win, we will slow down the destructive forces that could arise from total Republican control in Washington. You know what, Madam Speaker? If the Republicans keep the majority and the next 2 years are like the last two, maybe we'll have little to worry about. This Republican majority has been the most ineffective body in history. They've accomplished nothing. They don't know how to govern. It really has been a disgrace, a national disgrace. But rest assured, we will raise our voices, the voices of the people who sent us here to speak for them, the people who do not agree with Republican policies, and who voted for us to make sure someone would fight back. Democrats may have lost some races, but we are not defeated. Our values are strong. We know what to fight for because we know what we stand for. An economy that works for working people, a government that serves everyone, regardless of their background, and a vision for a brighter future that addresses the urgent challenges that people care about, like the cost of living and hunger and climate change. And you know, the beauty, let me just say this, Madam Speaker, this is the beauty of democracy. No defeat is final. And where we can find common ground with our colleagues across the aisle and with the President-elect, we will work together to make progress, because our side is interested in helping improve the quality of life for the people of this country. Where we cannot find common ground, we will stand firm in defense of our values. The work goes on, and we will fight for all those who place their hopes and dreams in our hands. Now, if we're talking about the bills that this rule would bring to the floor, H.R. 8446 politically interferes in a science-driven process and potentially siphons needed resources away from at-risk supply chains. H.R. 7409 undermines our environmental laws and blocks public input in the permitting process, which could lead to irreparable damage to our lands. And while H.R. 8932 offers a pragmatic solution to ensure student aid reaches those who need it, let us pray that despite Trump's promise to dismantle the Department of Education, the agency that oversees FAFSA survives the next 4 years so that this measure can actually benefit American families. And with that, Madam Speaker, I reserve my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll reserve my time.
The gentleman reserves.
Does the gentleman have any other speakers?
No, I think we're prepared to close.
Okay. Madam Speaker, if we defeat the previous question, I will offer an amendment to the rule to bring up H.R. 12, a bill that would ensure that every American has full access to essential reproductive health care, including abortion care. Since the Dobbs decision, every state in the Union has taken action on abortion in some way. Many enacted laws to either ban some or all abortion. Republicans have reiterated time and time again that this is their goal. They want to take away women's reproductive freedoms. The abortion access landscape is more fractured since the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade. We continue to face the devastating consequences of abortion bans and restrictions on both patients' health and the greater healthcare ecosystem. And we have heard in recent weeks the heartbreaking stories of women who have died because of these abortion bans. H.R. 12 ensures that every American has full access to vital reproductive health care and will stop the devastating health consequences for women when abortion access is banned or limited. Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of my amendment into the record, along with any extraneous material, immediately prior to the vote on the previous question.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, to discuss our proposal, I yield 2.5 minutes to the gentlewoman from Colorado, Ms. Pedersen.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 2.5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and thank you, Congressman McGovern. Since the Supreme Court's unthinkable decision to overturn Roe v. Wade, women face countless attacks on our reproductive health care and desperately need Congress to act now. Despite an overwhelming majority of Americans supporting reproductive health care, 14 states have enacted total abortion bans, and many others have brought partial bans or restrictions. This is resulting in devastating consequences across this country. Millions of women are losing their right to critical life-saving care, and some states are actively attempting to stop emergency rooms from providing life-saving abortions and miscarriage care. But these bans do not just threaten the health and safety of women seeking abortions, they jeopardize all pregnant people. In states with abortion bans, we have seen maternal death rates increase by 300% compared to states without abortion protections. In states where abortions remain legal, like my home state in Colorado, people are facing longer wait times, delays in care, and a strained medical workforce. We've seen maternity wards even shut their doors because they can't navigate what might happen in this a medical emergency and how they would navigate the liability. In response to this assault on women's health care, Americans across 7 states, including my home state of Colorado, voted to protect access to reproductive health care in their state constitutions. Choosing how or when to start a family is one of the most personal decisions that somebody could make, and nobody should make that for you. These choices should be between women, their families, and their doctors. I'm a proud mother of a 4-year-old, and I'm also 27 weeks pregnant. While we are very excited to welcome our second boy, with every pregnancy comes so much uncertainty. And at our first appointment, I was told that I faced a high-risk pregnancy because of my age, and that the heartbeat wasn't where they wanted it to be. And so in a moment that should have been filled with joy and excitement, you're faced with anxiety. And I remember reminding myself that I am so lucky to live in Colorado because no matter what happened, I knew that I would be taken care of. I'm grateful that every single day, since then, every appointment and milestone I've had positive news. But far too many women are not as lucky, and they also don't have access to the critical care they need. Women across this country deserve more, which is why we must pass H.R. 12, the Women's Health Protection Act, to codify a woman's right to abortion federally.
The gentlelady, additional 1 minute.
The gentlewoman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I urge my colleagues to defeat the previous questions so we can bring up H.R. 12, the Women's Health Protection Act, because we cannot afford to wait and not address the urgent needs of women across the nation. I yield back.
The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Madam Speaker, may I inquire, do you have any additional speakers, or are you closing? Okay. I yield myself the remaining time.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, there's no way to sugarcoat this. We have 2 long years ahead of us. For Republicans, that likely means facing the challenges of governing, and I wish them luck. I hope they can figure out how to govern. They haven't been able to demonstrate that up to this point. And for Democrats, it will mean we will have time to reflect, learn, and grow stronger from this election. We know we need to become better listeners and better communicators, and we know we need to engage more with people on the issues that matter most to them, and we will do that. But it also means finding common ground with those we disagree with, when it comes to helping regular people. And I hope that there will be occasions when there can be common ground achieved and reached, so we can actually move things forward. I hope that the new majority, if in fact the Republicans win the House and they control this chamber, I hope that they will move away from the practice of constantly leaning to the on the most extreme members in their conference for guidance on what should be discussed on the House floor. And when it comes to when our values don't align, it will mean for us calling out poor policy for what it is and pushing back with every single tool at our disposal to slow the damage. We will show up. We will show up. We will use our voices. We will stand up for the people and against anything that would do them harm. It will be a long 2 years, but we are in this fight. I have never felt a greater sense of purpose than I do at this moment, because so much is at stake. Things that matter to the people I represent are under threat by the president-elect and his policies. And so we will stand up for our values. We will stand up for the people in this country who now feel threatened because of the election results. We will stand up, as Ms. Pedersen just talked about in her remarks, for women's reproductive freedoms. You know, women should decide what is best for them, not members of this chamber, not the President of the United States. And so we have a lot of challenges ahead, but I will tell my friends on the other side of the aisle, we're ready. We're ready to come together when we can find common ground. And this is just a promise, but we will fight you with every ounce of energy we have if you bring up policies that we have strong disagreements with. We will not rally or roll over in the face of policies that we deplore. And so with that, Madam Speaker, I yield back my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll yield myself the balance of our time. Madam Speaker, prior to coming to Congress, I was a medical doctor. In fact, I still have an active medical license. I feel like I should go back and seek a designation as a specialist in treating Trump derangement syndrome, because after 10 years on the Rules Committee, I really feel that I've earned that. Look, several years ago, the columnist George Will opined that, and this was early in the Clinton administration, I was just a regular guy, I wasn't in political office, no aspirations to be in political office, but George Will opined that the country was evenly divided. He said, but fortunately, it's not sharply divided. Now, since then, we have seen a country that has evolved and become more and more and more sharply divided. And that's too bad. That's a shame. It robs us of some of the ability we have to get things done when our divisions are so deep and divisive that we simply cannot overcome them. But last week, I felt as if the national fever had broken. And it broke because President-elect Donald Trump won the election. He won it decisively. There is no further contest that is to be had over the presidential election because it's done. The American people spoke, and they spoke clearly. And why did they speak clearly? They spoke clearly because they felt they had not been listened to, they had not been heard. I mean, the gentleman brought up that the country had been hurt by the policies. Oh my gosh, your own Democratic economic experts said, don't do the American Rescue Plan, don't do the Inflation Reduction Act, you're gonna kill people with crippling inflation. Steve Ratner, the former Secretary of the Treasury, and we brought this up in the Rules Committee when you were doing your reconciliation bills last Congress, and it all fell on deaf ears. And then what happened? Inflation shot up to 9%, and although in recent months you say, oh, well, it's back down to 2%, I'm sorry, eggs are still at their peak that they were at the time of that 9% inflation. You don't get to walk the prices back down just because you've kept the inflation rate down for a particular month. Well, Madam Speaker, the American people did speak, and they spoke the need for a new direction. A direction in this country where economic prosperity, limited government, and opportunity are once again the three cornerstones of the American dream. Today begins a new chapter by considering measures that thoughtfully solve the very real challenges created by the federal bureaucracy. I urge my colleagues to support this rule and the underlying legislation, and let's get back to work on improving the lives of the American people. Our long national fever has broken. Let's get to work. Let's get on with the future. I yield back the balance of my time and move the previous question.
The question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess, subject to the call of the chair.
The House will be in order. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order: ordering the previous question on House Resolution 1568 and adoption of House Resolution 1568 if ordered. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on ordering the previous question on House Resolution 1568, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Calendar Number 94, House Resolution 1568, providing for consideration of the bill H.R. 8932 to establish an earlier application processing cycle for the FAFSA, providing for consideration of the bill H.R. 7409 to amend the Geothermal Steam Act of 1970 to waive the requirement for a federal drilling permit for certain activities, to exempt certain activities from the requirements of the National Environmental Policy Act of 1969 and for other purposes, and providing for consideration of the bill H.R. 8446 to amend the Energy Act of 2020 to include critical materials in the definition of critical mineral and for other purposes.
The question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. Vote the yeas are 211, the nays are 201. The previous question is ordered. The question is on adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
I ask for a recorded vote.
A recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 212, the nays are 201. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Order in chambers, please. Order in the chambers, please. The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. The House will be in order. Members are asked to take their conversations out into the hallway, please. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute, to revise and extend my remarks.
Order in the House. Please take the conversations into the hall. Thank you. Without objection, the gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to mourn the loss of Lieutenant General L.E. Given Buck Schuler, Jr., who passed away at the age of 87 this past October. General Schuler was a proud servant of our country. After graduating from the Citadel in 1959, he spent 32 years dedicating his life to the United States Air Force. With over 7,600 flying hours and 125 combat missions in Vietnam, it's no surprise General Schuler was awarded over 20 medals and distinctions for his service, including being awarded the Order of the Palamo by South Carolina Governor McMaster. Besides his dedication to his country, he was a member of St. John's Episcopal Church in Columbia, South Carolina, and a previous president and chairman of the mighty 8th Air Force Historical Museum in Pooler, Georgia, where I served with him on the Board of Trustees. General Schuler is survived by his wife, Annette Maury Schuler, and their sons, E.G. Buck Schuler III, Franklin, and Gray. My thoughts and prayers are with the family and friends of the Schulers today as they celebrate and remember the truly impactful life lived by General Schuler. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
There we go. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to discuss the urgent need to pass disaster aid for our friends and neighbors in western North Carolina. In September, Hurricane Helene devastated towns and businesses in my home state, and we're only just beginning the long journey to full recovery. Thanks to President Biden, federal support has surged into North Carolina, and Governor Cooper has overseen an unprecedented state response. However, our road to fully rebuild is far from over. Congress must pass comprehensive disaster aid immediately. Western North Carolina is counting on us. We need to rush assistance to families, to small businesses, to rebuild our roads and water systems, and to rebuild communities changed forever. I urge my colleagues to set politics aside and work together to pass a disaster aid supplemental package as soon as possible. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purposes does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objections, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I talked about energy yesterday, the prices going up in California due to a CARB rule raising prices 47 to 65 cents per gallon projected. So now what happens? The Biden administration decides to do the same thing through the EPA. So what's called the Waste Emissions Change Rule, EPA will raise prices on fuel for all Americans if this rule is allowed to stand. Did they not learn anything from last Tuesday when the people across the country said, we're tired of the high prices, we're tired of inflation, which energy is a big driver of inflation along with profligate spending in this place? Do they not get that people are already overburdened by the high price of energy, whether it's going directly in their car, truck, fuel tank, or the cost of delivering anything, or the cost of growing crops, the cost of mining minerals? All those things are related to the cost of energy. Yet the EPA blindly is pushing forward, not listening to the people, not listening to the results of an election, on making even more rules that drive up the cost. The Biden anti-energy agenda will soon end, but how much destruction will there be the next 2 months? We have to stop this rule. We have to stop EPA from running amok on doing things to basically chase this ghost of CO2. Carbon dioxide is only 0.04% of our atmosphere. This is not a big climate change deal. It's basically a political science drill. I yield back.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition? Without objections, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in joint support of our Jewish community and to condemn the recent Europa League soccer match attacks that took place in Amsterdam, wreaking unbelievable violence on our Jewish community. These attacks occurred just days before the 86th anniversary of Kristallnacht, and it is a stark reminder of the devastating consequences of unchecked hatred. Simply put, Jews and Israelis in Amsterdam were attacked following a soccer match simply because of who they are. We are calling on the Dutch government to respond. We are calling on worldwide officials to invest in safety and to combat hate wherever we may see it. This has been a hateful incident that has reverberated across the world and is felt in my home state of Michigan. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purposes the gentleman from California seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to extend and revise my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Every November, we honor military families and transitioning veterans during National Veterans and Military Families Month. It is important to recognize the sacrifices that our veterans and families have made for our country every day so we can enjoy the freedoms they fought to protect. 2 years ago, when Democrats were in the majority, we passed the Honoring Our Pact Act, a once-in-a-generation expansion for veterans' health care and benefits. Earlier this year, we celebrated a major milestone of more than 1 million PACT Act-related cases being granted to over 880,000 veterans who are now finally receiving their service-connected disability benefits due to exposures to burn pits and other toxins. They are from all across 50 states and U.S. territories. These are historic numbers for a piece of legislation. Prior to the PACT Act, the burden fell on veterans to prove that the conditions and illnesses they were sick and dying from were results of their service and burn pit exposure. No longer must veterans carry that difficult burden. They have presumptive benefits to over 300 illnesses caused by burn pits and other toxins, and the list keeps growing. I will always fight so that our veterans and their families' needs are met. Thank you to all who have served and to my constituents. My doors are open if you need any assistance. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objections, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, as we celebrate veterans across the country, I was proud to stand alongside 3 incredible heroes. Retired United States Air Force Colonel George Farfor, the Associate Dean of the School of Strategic Force Studies at the Air Force Institute of Technology, United States Navy Lieutenant Commander Eric Green, who has led global health engagements, strategic medical planning activities, and mitigated environmental health threats, and retired United States Army Colonel Rodney Willett, the Special Advisor to the Chairman of the Board for International Auto Logistics. We're inducted into the Distinguished Military Service Society at East Carolina University, joining a network of 79 other incredible alums. To these vets, congratulations. To all vets and their families, thank you so much for your service to our country. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition? Excuse me, gentlewoman from Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask to address the...
Without objections, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Whoops. Mr. Speaker, let me say this loud and clear. Women, not politicians, should have the freedom to choose whether or when to start or grow a family. And you know what? The voters in Florida agree with that. In my home state, a clear majority, 57%, voted to support an amendment to enshrine access to legal abortion in our Constitution, because they know that reproductive decisions should be made by the woman and her doctor. And despite that clear majority, sadly, Amendment 4 did not reach the threshold of 60%, leaving in place a cruel 6-week abortion ban, endangering women's lives, their futures, and doctors' freedoms. And now doctors have to force between saving women's lives or going to prison. It is time, Mr. Speaker, for our Florida legislature to stand up, to respond to our voters, to repeal that 6-week abortion ban. And I yield back.
The chair lays before the House of Communication.
I hereby resign from the House Judiciary Committee. Signed sincerely, Adam B. Schiff, Member of Congress.
Without objection, the resignation is accepted. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9, 2023, the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. McGovern, is recognized for 60 minutes as a designee of the Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I rise today to focus on one of the most serious issues of our time, the increasing threat of nuclear weapons. Over decades of negotiations, a multi-layered architecture of nuclear arms control agreements resulted in significant reductions in the total number of nuclear weapons and nuclear warheads in the arsenals of the United States and Russia. It also promoted and built an international consensus to shun nuclear testing and embrace non-proliferation. But today, we face the challenge that the only remaining arms control agreement between the U.S. and Russia, New START, expires in February 2026, just a little over a year from now. The world stands at the brink of a nuclear arms race with no guardrails or no limits. The U.S. has committed itself to modernize its nuclear arsenal over 30 years at a cost estimated to exceed $1.5 trillion. Russia repeatedly has threatened to use nuclear weapons in Ukraine and even against NATO nations for any reason he perceives as the West making threatening moves against Russia. North Korea continues to threaten South Korea, Japan, and the United States with a nuclear strike while forming a new alliance with Russia. China is engaged in a buildup of its own nuclear arsenal. The Pentagon estimates China will likely have 1,500 nuclear warheads by 2035 if the pace of its buildup continues. And Iran may decide to build nuclear weapons following tit-for-tat missile strikes with Israel and the U.S.'s failure to revive negotiations on restoring curbs on Iran's nuclear program. Adding to this uncertain and tense global nuclear security landscape, the American people voted to return Donald Trump to the presidency for a second term. Now, during his first term as president, he withdrew the United States from the Iran nuclear deal and allowed other arms control agreements to expire or for the U.S. to withdraw. But it will be on his shoulders to help the world back away from the brink of the first use or exchange of nuclear weapons since the end of World War II, and to avoid a new nuclear arms race with all its financial and geopolitical costs. If he chooses to take on these challenges, he will not find himself alone. In 2017, most of the nations of the world came together to adopt the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons, TPNW. The treaty is an international agreement that prohibits the development, testing, production, and use of nuclear weapons, and it entered into force in 2021. The TPNW's goals are to eliminate nuclear weapons and reduce global nuclear arsenals to zero. Currently, 93 nations have signed the treaty and 74 have ratified it. Along with my colleague Earl Blumenauer, I am the proud author of H-Res 77, a bill that calls on the President to embrace the goals and provisions of the TPNW and make nuclear disarmament the centerpiece of U.S. national security policy. It also calls on the United States to lead a global effort to move the world back from the nuclear brink and to prevent nuclear war by returning to negotiations that advance nuclear arms reduction. And I'm grateful that 43 of my House colleagues have joined this resolution as co-sponsors. I'm also the sponsor of H.R. 3154, the HALT Act, which would freeze current nuclear arsenals and press for a return to the negotiating table. Further, on November 1st, the First Committee on International Peace and Security of the UN General Assembly, delegates voted to study the impacts of nuclear war for the first time since 1989. While there is already a wealth of robust research on the effects of nuclear weapons, this has not been comprehensively brought together in 35 years. During these decades, there has been major progress in climate and scientific modeling tools, and this new study will allow scientists to review the improvements in our understanding of the effects of nuclear war. 144 nations voted in favor of the resolution, including nuclear powers like Germany and nations who suffered from atomic testing in decades past. Only 3 nations opposed: Russia, France, and the UK, with the latter saying this matter has been studied enough. 30 nations abstained, including the United States. And finally, Mr. Speaker, in October, the Nobel Committee decided to award the Nobel Peace Prize for 2024 to the Japanese organization Nihon Hidanki-o. This grassroots movement of atomic bomb survivors from Hiroshima and Nagasaki received the Peace Prize for its efforts to achieve a world free of nuclear weapons and for demonstrating through witness testimony that nuclear weapons must never, ever be used again. The award reminds us most vividly of the human cost of nuclear war. As many of my House colleagues know, for over a decade I've championed the cause of the atomic veterans to be recognized for their sacrifice, suffering, and patriotism in working on U.S. atomic testing and production sites, often with little or no protection from radiation. After years of bipartisan work by Congress, in September 2023, in a moving ceremony, the Pentagon awarded the Atomic Veterans Commemorative Service Medal in person and online to those still surviving atomic veterans and posthumously to their families. But members of the military were not the only ones to suffer. Civilians, especially in the state of Nevada, were also victims of atomic testing. Known as the downwinders, these civilians and their lands suffered from the impact of nuclear radiation and drift carried by wind and water. They, too, deserve to be recognized and honored. Mr. Speaker, what we are talking about here today, my colleagues and I, is a big deal. This issue needs more attention. The relevant committees here in Congress ought to be doing hearings. We ought to be discussing this more and more on the House floor. Because really this is the ultimate question here is the salvation or the destruction of our planet. Certainly, we all can come together to protect not only the people of this country, but the people of the world from nuclear weapons. At this time, I'd like to yield some time to the gentlelady from Maine, Ms. Pingree.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to call on the House to prioritize disarmament diplomacy. 2024 marks 80 years since the world was introduced to nuclear weapons. In that time, there have been several instances when complete catastrophe was at our doorstep. At the height of the Cold War, we narrowly avoided a nuclear exchange during the Cuban Missile Crisis. Thanks to extraordinary leadership, the United States and Soviet Union were able to pull back from the brink at the very last minute. Years later, early warning system errors once again brought us within minutes of a nuclear exchange. And we are not the only countries that have nearly ended life on Earth through nuclear escalation. Today, there are close to 13,000 nuclear weapons across the globe, a figure that continues to rise at an alarming rate because the world is turning away from nuclear non-proliferation treaties. 9 countries currently own nuclear weapons, while 6 others have them stored within their borders. And while many of these countries are historically rational actors within the international community, countries that see nuclear weapons as the ultimate deterrent, the ever-changing state of the world today demands that we not remain complacent. Not all nuclear states are rational actors, and there is no guarantee that irrational nuclear states will always remain rational. As Putin continues to attack Ukraine and threaten Europe and the United States with nuclear war, the world is made less safe. As Kim Jong-un supplies Putin with soldiers to fight in Ukraine, North Korea inches closer to launching a nuclear strike. In the Middle East, where ISIS-K is reemerging in Pakistan amid political and economic instability, the prospect of nuclear weapons falling into the hands of bad actors grows by the day. Years after the Trump administration decided to withdraw from the Iran nuclear deal, we risk another adversary developing a nuclear arsenal. As democracy deteriorates around the globe, even the United States is not impervious to nuclear weapons falling into the hands of extremists. The world today is far different from what it was at the end of World War II, yet our policy towards nuclear weapons has not fundamentally changed. Now, more than ever, we must pursue nuclear disarmament. Rather than bring the world closer to disaster, let us prioritize disarmament diplomacy and make real progress to creating a safer, better world for our children, our grandchildren, and all generations to come. I thank the gentleman from Massachusetts for organizing this special hour, and I encourage all members of Congress to co-sponsor House Resolution 77. I yield back the remainder of my time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would now like to yield time to the distinguished gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative McGovern, for holding this special hour to discuss the importance of nuclear security. As the only PhD physicist in Congress, I feel I have a special responsibility to join this discussion and to ask what we can do to strengthen our global nuclear security architecture and maintain U.S. leadership in this area. I'm proud to be the co-chair of the Congressional Nuclear Security Working Group, along with Representative Chuck Fleischmann. It's important to continue the dialogue on nuclear security and the significance of arms control, especially as it connects to current events. One of our caucus's main goals is continued engagement on the Hill with external organizations to facilitate awareness of the global threats of nuclear proliferation and nuclear terrorism. It is our hope that through building awareness and generating bipartisan dialogues, we can create practical legislative solutions for these critical national security issues. With the escalation of China's nuclear program, Russian nuclear threats amidst the invasion of Ukraine, Iran's growing nuclear capabilities, the threats by Israeli cabinet members to use its nuclear arsenal against its neighbors, and the escalation of North Korean missile testing, this is not a small task. And above all, we see Ukraine, one of the few governments on earth that has voluntarily given up its nuclear weapons in return for an international promise of territorial integrity. We see it threatened to be abandoned by some, including some in the United States. And if we're going to be successful in confronting these unprecedented challenges, we need to work across party lines as we look at the 119th Congress and beyond. One particular place where we are already working together on a bipartisan manner is at our national laboratories. As the co-chair of the Bipartisan National Labs Caucus, our national labs create the underlying foundation for all of our nuclear security efforts, including non-proliferation and national security priorities that we're here to talk about today. You know, one of the features that you get of being a member of Congress is that if you ask, you can be taken into the room where you're in our national weapons labs, where you can see our nuclear weapons taken apart. And if you enter that room and you talk to the experts about the details of the nuclear weapons, why they're built that way, what the capabilities are, what the implications are if these are detonated, if you don't take your job seriously after entering that room, you're not thinking clearly. And I find that Republicans and Democrats on entering that room, you think about their job in a different way than they would otherwise. And you know, this whole discussion is even more important than ever as we face uncertain geopolitical environment that pushes against the international rules-based order and towards an age of strategic competition. I find so many of the lessons that were well known by members of Congress during the Cold War seem to have been forgotten today. The simple lesson, for example, that there are weapons that you can own that make you less safe, which was well understood by members of Congress back in the 50s and 60s and seems to have been completely an alien concept to members of Congress today. And that's led, I think, to some very bad policy, like people thinking that hypersonics make you safer, whereas in fact, if you have hypersonics and your enemies know you have hypersonics, they're more likely to react on a hair trigger to anything that looks like a launch against them and not have the time that they need to react rationally. So over the years, I have focused my attention specifically on several areas to strengthen our nuclear security architecture. First and foremost, HRES 1079, a resolution I introduced in the House with 39 other members, supporting arms control and condemning Russia's purported suspension of the participation in the New START Treaty. The current extension of New START is set to expire in just over a year, and anyone who remembers previous arms control negotiations know that there's almost no time left to negotiate a subsequent treaty. Additionally, any negotiations, whether with Russia, China, or any other country, require partners who are willing to have discussions on arms control, something that is easier said than done. In a time when traditional channels of dialogue on arms control and strategic stability have been closed or are quiet, we rely even more on keeping alternative channels open. Non-government organizations, scientists, and research institutions kept dialogue open during the worst parts of the Cold War, and we may need to rely on them again to fulfill these roles. Another institution that is crucial in these times will be the International Atomic Energy Commission. We are the IAC. We are already seeing the incredible hard work that Director General Grossi and his staff are putting into responding to the Russian invasion of Ukraine and the nuclear plants that are being put at risk there, and all the myriad other crises that are at their doorstep. And in recognition of that work, I've also been leading HRES 641, a resolution that highlights the indispensable role that the IEA plays in strengthening nuclear security and safely around the globe. Again, I thank Representative McGovern for this time and this very important discussion. There's a decent chance that everyone on Earth will spend their last few moments wondering why we did not pay more attention to nuclear weapons, and I don't want to be part of that mistake. So thank you for letting us participate today.
I thank the gentleman for his thoughtful comments and for urging both Democrats and Republicans to learn more about this issue. Democrats and Republicans ought to have a mutual interest in survival, because that's really what is at stake here. I now yield to the gentleman from California, Mr. Garamendi.
Thank you, Congressman McGovern, for putting this together and for the opportunity to speak on this crucial topic. Since their creation, nuclear weapons have shocked the world with their destructive potential and left us grappling with how to limit their dangers. Today, it's even more important than ever that we take steps, however difficult they may seem, to reprioritize de-escalation and prevent a new nuclear arms race. In 1985, President Ronald Reagan and Soviet leader Mikhail Gorbachev, two cold warriors commanding the largest nuclear arsenals on the planet, declared that a nuclear war cannot be won and must never be fought. This profound truth has been repeated often and was reaffirmed by leaders of all 5 nuclear-armed states in 2022. This should serve as both the starting point and the guiding principle in every discussion we have about nuclear weapons. Yet today, we seem to be overlooking the lessons of even the most resolute Cold War strategists that they understood. Despite our successes in eliminating nuclear testing, shrinking stockpiles, and preventing proliferation, we now risk drifting from these hard-fought achievements. Instead of advancing cooperation, we find ourselves amid a resurgence of the same Cold War mindset that once pushed us dangerously close to the brink of nuclear annihilation. The path before us is clear. We must either continue to build on the successes in reducing the risk of nuclear war or return to the insecurity and dangers of the Cold War era. Instead of pursuing the obvious choices, hockey's perspectives on all sides have locked the U.S., Russia, and China into a nuclear buildup, each country racing to develop new long-range missiles, stealth bombers, and space-based systems, fearing the gains of the others and responding with more weapons of their own. Rather than challenging these approaches, Congress continues to authorize steps that are increasing the pace of this new nuclear arms race. This fear-driven rhetoric promotes the dangerous myth that more weapons makes us safer. Yet nothing could be further from the truth. In reality, without arms control agreement, every new weapon we build only fuels an unwinnable race as adversaries respond in kind. When advocates tell us that our nuclear modernization will cost $1.7 trillion, it's difficult to fathom just how much money that truly is. To be clear, The cost is more than the Iraq War cost us over 20 years, and the costs just keep rising. The Sentinel program, which will replace the Minuteman III ICBMs, has already ballooned to $200 billion, an 81% cost overrun. For comparison, we could buy 20 aircraft carriers for the cost of modernizing a few hundred unusable missiles and warheads. For a fraction of the cost, we could keep our current ICBMs, subs, and air-based bombers, but we can continue to spend blindly without ever saying enough. It's fascinating that from across the aisle, deficits seem to matter, but not when it comes to defense. $58 billion for the State Department? Oh, that's excessive. But $200 billion for one-third of our nuclear triad doesn't seem to even prompt a congressional hearing. For the same $200 billion, we could fully fund the National Institutes of Health annual budget for 10 years, or provide universal pre-K education for every child in the U.S. for nearly 30 years. But the cost is not just financial. The soaring price tags of these nuclear programs are shocking in their own right, but it's also the human cost, the cost of our global security, and the increased risk of catastrophic conflict. Congress must reclaim its role in shaping a rational, responsible nuclear strategy, one that prioritizes diplomacy over escalation, de-escalation over deterrence, arms control over arms races. The American people deserve a government that works to reduce risks, not magnify them. We must rebalance our focus towards arms control, recognizing that diplomatic engagement and meaningful treaties are proven tools for reducing the global stockpiles of nuclear weapons and curbing the spread of those weapons. These efforts demand our unwavering commitment. History has shown that reliance on nuclear arsenals as the core of our security is misguided. With nuclear stockpiles increasing worldwide, our collective call for restraint and de-escalation is more crucial now than ever. Our diplomatic efforts should match the intensity of our military programs. This requires making difficult choices, ensuring that our limited resources support our true long-term security goals. Pouring billions into nuclear modernization while neglecting diplomatic initiatives is not a sustainable strategy. It's a trajectory towards greater danger and increased instability. I stand before you today to say that we still have a choice. We can choose to invest in a future that prioritizes dialogue and cooperation. We can choose to modernize our thinking rather than just our weapons. And we can choose to move towards the total elimination of nuclear weapons, recognizing that it is the only true way to ensure a safer world for future generations. The road ahead is not going to be easy, but it is clear. Let us reaffirm our commitment to arms control, to oversight, and to a nuclear policy based on reason, based on restraint, not fear and reflex. Let us continue to work together for a world free of nuclear weapons, where security is based on peace and cooperation, not the perpetual threat of annihilation. Mr. McGovern, thank you. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman from California for his powerful remarks. I want to thank him also for being the co-chair of the Nuclear Weapons and Arms Control Working Group. And now I'm going to yield to the other co-chair of the Nuclear Weapons and Arms Control Working Group, the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Beyer.
Thank you, Mr. McGovern. I stand with my colleagues today to help raise the alarm about our unsustainable and reckless nuclear posture. Sadly, we have come a long way in the wrong direction since Ronald Reagan and Mikhail Gorbachev pledged to rid the world of nuclear weapons. Many of my friends in this chamber, particularly on the Republican side of the aisle, speak passionately and eloquently about our fiscal trajectory and the rising national debt. I share their concerns and believe we need to be clear-eyed about the scale of increasingly serious debt problem and must carefully consider the merits of additional spending in a difficult fiscal environment. Yet many seem to forget this issue when it comes to the larger defense budget, and specifically our nuclear weapons modernization program. The CBO estimates it will cost us over $1.5 trillion over the next 30 years, $800 billion over the next 10, but please remember, our current estimates of defense costs are always wrong, and they're always wrong on the low side. We always underestimate significantly, sometimes dramatically. And while I appreciate the need for nuclear deterrence, particularly with Russian saber rattling and an expanding Chinese nuclear arsenal, our spending priorities and nuclear strategy are becoming divorced from reality, a reality of scarce resources and a variety of competing national security priorities. We're on track in the next NDAA to authorize billions of additional dollars in spending on a host of unnecessary nuclear programs that have, at best, a marginal benefit to our national security and, at worst, destabilize the fragile peace we have today. For example, the measure being negotiated would likely have us continue to pour billions into a new nuclear sea-launched cruise missile program, which is a costly solution to a non-existent problem. There's absolutely no reason to believe that Russia or China would be any more deterred from using nuclear weapons if we were able to field yet another low-yield weapon. We already deploy a vast array of such weapons. The reality is that our current nuclear arsenal presents more than enough a deterrent to our adversaries, and we simply do not have the resources to spend lavishly on redundant nuclear weapons systems, while also maintaining and modernizing our conventional military capabilities. I'm deeply concerned that while we continue to overspend on our nuclear arsenal, we're neglecting to engage in meaningful nuclear disarmament diplomacy on the international stage, which is the only real way to safeguard the country and the world from the horrors of nuclear war. I applaud the Biden administration offering last year to discuss, without preconditions, a new nuclear arms framework with Russia and a separate bilateral nuclear risk reduction arrangement with China. But we need to do more in Congress to support these efforts and encourage the next administration to carry the torch. At the very least, before the expiration of the New START treaty in 2026, the U.S. should propose to Russia that both sides maintain the current limits on the numbers of deployed strategic nuclear weapons until a more comprehensive agreement can be reached. Looking ahead, the cornerstone of future arms control talks should be the adoption of a no first-use policy when it comes to our own nuclear arsenal. Currently, the U.S. President has the ability to order the launch of hundreds of nuclear warheads within 15 minutes, with no oversight or input required from anyone else, including Congress. Vesting this much power into one person, Democrat or Republican, is irresponsible, dangerous, and unnecessary. Given our massive conventional military advantages over our adversaries, there is no plausible circumstance that could justify the use of nuclear weapons to respond to a non-nuclear threat. And removing the specter of U.S. nuclear weapons first in a conflict would be an important first step towards increasing strategic stability and slowing down or stopping the global race to develop new nuclear capabilities and advance conventional strike weapons. In an increasingly unstable world, it is incumbent on all of us here to reduce the existential risk of nuclear war in every way we can. And let me explain my use of the term existential, about actual existence. While we fret over who won or lost any given election, we must not forget the real danger, the real challenge is the continuation of humanity itself. Will we live as a species or will we die? That is the simple question before us. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman for his remarks and again for reminding us how costly the nuclear arms race is. American people want us to spend money on them and not on weapons that, if ever used, could destroy this entire planet. I'm now proud to yield to the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Tlaib.
We know, Mr. Speaker, that a nuclear war cannot be won and must never be fought. There are roughly 13,000 nuclear weapons currently stored in bunkers, missiles silos, warehouses, airfields, Navy bases all around the world. One warhead has the power to wipe out an entire city. A full-scale nuclear war could devastate life as we know it. The catastrophic risks posed by nuclear weapons are growing. We know that Putin continues to recklessly threaten the use of nuclear force in the war in Ukraine, as well as genocidal maniac Netanyahu continues to recklessly raise the nuclear threat level all across the Middle East. The White House and Congress need to double down on efforts to work towards diplomacy and negotiate new constraints to cap and further reduce nuclear arsenals. We must implement a new nuclear arms control framework to prevent an unrestrained nuclear arms race. It is absolutely terrifying, Mr. Speaker, for many of our residents in the United States that the President of the United States has the power to just decide to launch a nuclear weapon right now. Think about that for just one moment. The use of just a fraction of the nuclear weapons we possessed, most of which are ready for launch within minutes of an order from any president, would lead to mass destruction in just unprecedented global scale. Members of Congress on both sides of the aisle should back common sense efforts to adopt measures to reduce the risk of nuclear war. We must continue to work towards an international agreement, Mr. Speaker, with all countries that possess nuclear weapons through a very comprehensive nuclear test ban treaty that we already have now. Again, also many of my residents continue to say, stop the United States from being addicted to wars. We could be using so much of these resources to fund clean water, to fund housing, to fund childcare, and so much more that invests in a future, not the end of our world. With that, I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady for her inspiring remarks and for always speaking truth to power. I'm happy to yield now to the gentleman from California, Mr. DeSaulnier.
Thank you, Mr. McGovern. The time for nuclear weapon stockpiling is over. Instead, we should focus on the United States leading the world in disarmament and diplomacy. As the ultimate weapon of war, nuclear weapons should be an absolute last resort or no resort. While with the U.S. having enough nuclear weapons to destroy the world, they become more than a deterrent. They become a threat to ourselves and the rest of the world. Today's landscape paints a picture of even more reasons to act swiftly. The last remaining agreement limiting the world's two largest arsenals is set to expire in 2026. And China has increased its arsenal from 100 to 300 nuclear weapons on their long-range missiles. At the same time, Russian President Vladimir Putin has refused to take up President Biden's offer to discuss a new nuclear arms control framework. China's leaders have also rejected U.S. offers for follow-up talks on nuclear risk reduction and arms control issues. As indiscriminate killers, nuclear weapons will not be the answer to our current or future problems. It is in the world's best interest and the United States as the leader of these interests that we re-engage in efforts to produce a new framework with Russia and China to further cap and reduce nuclear arsenals. I want to thank Mr. McGovern for being a leader on this important issue and bringing us together to discuss it. Now yield back.
I thank the gentleman from California for his words. Again, I think what you're hearing today are concerns that many of our constituents share, that we are spending this excessive amount of money on stockpiling nuclear weapons, and the concern that we're not talking about the impact if these weapons were ever used. It would be devastating. I'm now happy to yield to the distinguished gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Ramirez.
Thank you, Congressman McGovern, for holding this time to discuss the very real threat nuclear weapons represent to our shared safety and our peace. Mr. Speaker, it's been almost 80 years since the beginning of the nuclear age, and given where we are at this precise moment, the risk posed by nuclear weapons feels real, it feels present, and it feels tangible. Despite warnings from advocates and the United Nations, the threat of nuclear escalation is on the rise. In fact, our nation's leadership has played an important role in either mitigating or escalating this dangerous reality. And what we do and how we lead And what we say to the world will continue to be a crucial factor in the nuclear arms race and war in the years to come. And folks, I'm tired of saying it, but words matter. And I quote, "Let it be an arms race. We will outmatch them at every pass and outlast them all." That was the incoming president's answer to the question of a possible nuclear war back in 2016. But we know that as our nation and other states agreed in a 2022 declaration, nuclear war cannot be won and must never be fought. Despite the claims of warmongers, including our president-elect and the military-industrial complex, nuclear weapons are not defensive or an effective strategy for deterrence. Bottom line, nuclear weapons are tools of war, death, and mass destruction. They can't be used without catastrophic humanitarian consequences that violate every single principle of international law and our shared humanity. And we are headed in the wrong direction with a trigger-happy president about to take office. Will he renew the new Strategic Arms Reduction Treaty? Will he ratify the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons? Will he decrease spending on nuclear weapons or decommission our already massive nuclear arsenal? Of course not. When we invest in nuclear proliferation, I want us to remember that we could be providing assistance in our communities. We could be supporting the education of our children. We could be transforming our infrastructure, delivering nutritious meals to families. We could be assisting first-time home buyers. We could be building a quality healthcare system. Look, I can go on and on and on, and Congressman McGovern would need another 5 special order hours. But what I'm saying is that these are life-giving investments in people. Nuclear weapons only bring total annihilation. We must pursue another path forward. We have to pursue a path towards peace. And we can do that together. Thank you, and I yield back to the gentleman from Massachusetts.
I thank the gentlelady for her powerful remarks. I'm now happy to yield time to the gentlewoman from Nevada, Ms. Titus, who can tell us firsthand about the impacts of nuclear testing on people in nearby areas, not just nearby, but hundreds of miles away, how it not only pollutes the air, but the water and the soil and everything else. So I yield her time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Chairman McGovern, Congressman McGovern, for your leadership in this area and for setting up this special order on such an important topic. As a political science professor and a student of the history of nuclear weaponry, and now a member of Congress representing much of southern Nevada, I've learned a thing or two about our nuclear legacy. In fact, I wrote a book on Nevada's atomic heritage called Not in My Backyard. Nevada was the focal point of nuclear development during the Cold War. Over 4 decades, the Nevada test site, which is located just 100 miles north of Las Vegas, hosted over 900 nuclear tests, more than any other place in the country. Throughout the 1950s, the mushroom cloud continued to loom in the distance as people enjoyed what Las Vegas had to offer. It was almost like a tourist attraction. These tests were conducted to better understand the power and impacts of nuclear weapons, and the site played a major role in shaping national and international policies regarding nuclear testing and nonproliferation. The radiation given off by more than 100 atmospheric tests, however, has had devastating impacts on those downwind. And that includes workers at the test site, our atomic soldiers who did war games in the shadow of the detonations, and also sheep herders across the border in Utah. The fallout caused cancer and premature deaths for thousands across the West and contaminated soil in the vicinity of the test site, resulting in a loss of biodiversity. The 800 underground test also resulted in radioactive contamination of groundwater, and that is still a problem today. Radioactivity levels in the water are declining over time, but elements such as plutonium and uranium are likely to pose a risk for thousands of years. Fortunately, the Department of Energy's Stockpile Stewardship Program, the National Nuclear Security Administration, and its nuclear weapons laboratories have been able to certify that our nuclear stockpile remains safe, secure, and reliable without needing to resume explosive testing. You'll remember in 2020, the Trump administration called for a resumption of nuclear testing in the breach of the Comprehensive Nuclear Test Ban Treaty. Back then, I helped lead the charge in the FY21 NDAA process to ensure that explosive nuclear testing could not be resurrected in the United States because it would be right there in Nevada. Now, with the second Trump administration taking office in January, that same disastrous policy from 2020 is featured in Project 2025, and that's the blueprint that we understand Trump is going to be following in his next 4 years. On page 399, Project 2025 calls for the rejection of the Comprehensive Test Ban Treaty, which will not only allow nuclear testing here at home, but will give the green light to other nuclear powers around the world to do the same. The result will put us on a collision course of catastrophic proportions with Russia and China. It will undermine the entire arms control regime, allow for the proliferation of these weapons to non-nuclear states, and it will put the health of Nevadans once again in jeopardy. The United States has been a beacon of non-proliferation and responsible stewardship of nuclear stockpiles. Upon the dissolution of the Soviet Union, we helped newly formed republics like Kazakhstan safely remove and decommission warheads and testing facilities, while ushering in a new era of nuclear risk reduction by implementing the Non-Proliferation Treaty, New START, and of course the Comprehensive Test Ban Treaty. Those in favor of resuming nuclear testing under the principle of peace through strength are merely contributing to additional nuclear risks and challenges to strategic stability. Let's be clear, in a nuclear arms race, there are no winners, only losers. We must not provide foreign nations with a justification to openly conduct nuclear test explosions while imposing immense financial and health costs on our constituents. The U.S. has been a leader on nuclear risk reduction, and we must continue to act responsibly in that regard. It's one of the most serious things that we face, and we must stand strong against it. Thank you, and I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady, and again, I thank her for being such an advocate on behalf of people who have been victimized by nuclear testing, and we appreciate all the work that you do. I'm now honored to yield to a dear friend who's been a champion on arms control issues for many, many years, the gentlelady from California, Ms. Lee.
Thank you very much. Let me just take a minute to thank you, Mr. McGovern, for this special order, giving me a minute to speak, but also for your tremendous leadership, because this is such an important issue that I think sometimes gets swept under the rug. A couple of things I remember about my last life. I was a very active member of the Saint-Freeze nuclear disarmament movement. And then I was working for a phenomenal member of Congress, Congressman Ron Dellums. And I remember we talked about a nuclear weapon and how it's an equalizer. It's an equal opportunity destroyer. And I think everyone in our country and throughout the world need to understand what impacts nuclear weapons have had and will have. Now, I visited Nagasaki, I visited Hiroshima, and I had a chance also to meet with many children who were survivors of Chernobyl. And I saw what the human impact was. Permanent disabilities, generational trauma, generational DNA changes, physical disabilities. Let me read you what one report explains in a very quick paragraph. It says, nuclear weapons produce ionizing radiation which kills or sickens those exposed, contaminates the environment, and has long-term health consequences, including cancer and genetic disease and damage. And I've seen this with people who had relatives who were impacted by a nuclear bomb and the genetic damage through the generations. Their widespread use in the atmosphere testing has caused grave long-term consequences. Physicians project that some 2.4 million people worldwide will eventually die from cancers due to atmospheric nuclear tests conducted, that's between, mind you, 1945 and 1980. And so, Mr. McGovern, I'm thankful that you're bringing this once again to the attention of this body, because this world should not have one nuclear bomb. Our country should lead the effort for nuclear disarmament, and we should set the standard that the investments that we make in the production of nuclear weapons, we need to reduce this and we need to eliminate nuclear weapons, and we need to be in the lead for that, because yes, again, I will say that a nuclear bomb is an equal opportunity destroyer. Thank you again.
I thank the gentlelady for her leadership on this and so many other issues. Mr. Speaker, during his first term, President Trump was right to initiate talks and try to negotiate a nuclear agreement with North Korea. Perhaps he can be successful at this initiative over the next 4 years. I hope it's something that he decides to prioritize. There are other important nuclear security issues that I hope he'll take to heart, like his Republican predecessors, Ronald Reagan and Dwight Eisenhower, help lead the world away from the brink of a nuclear arms race and a nuclear war. And these include taking a critical look at nuclear modernization to ensure it will provide cost-effective deterrence, hold the Pentagon accountable for unnecessary and costly weapons programs, adhere to the nuclear weapons limits set forth in the new START agreement, extend and expand upon existing arms control engagement, uphold the global taboo on explosive nuclear weapons testing, and stop funding missile defense programs that do not work. Mr. Speaker, I believe we ought to be aspiring to a nuclear weapons-free world. That is what you heard over and over from the members who have spoken here today. But I do want to close with one final thought. Mr. Speaker, when I was in college, I worked my way through college working in the office of Senator George McGovern of South Dakota, no relation, but one of my heroes and a champion on nuclear arms control. And I accompanied him to a debate with William Buckley at Yale University, and the debate was on resolve that the SALT talks are in the interests of the U.S. national security. And McGovern closed that debate by saying this. He said, in 1963, we were debating the limited nuclear test ban agreement, and Senator Everett Dirksen of Illinois took to the floor to close the debate. And he said he had just reread John Hersey's book, Hiroshima, the description of what happened to that great city the morning after. The scene of one family sitting charred around the breakfast table, out in the yard, bits and pieces of children's clothing, the broken arm of a doll, toys and debris scattered over the landscape. And he said, I thought about that scene, and I said that someday Everett Dirksen will be buried in Illinois. And when that happens, I don't want them to put on my gravestone, he knew about this and he didn't care. And that's the choice. Whether we are going to reduce and eventually reverse this nuclear madness, that means not victory for anyone if it's ever used, but the death of all, and perhaps the death of our planet. Many years ago in ancient wisdom, it was said, I have set before thee two choices, life or death. Therefore choose life, that thee and thy seed may live. And that's the choice I want the United States to make in 1978. So that's how he concluded that debate. That's the choice, Mr. Speaker, I want the United States to make in the year 2024. The stuff that we are talking about here today is not theoretical. It's not just some abstract debate. This is real, and it is shocking that we are not focus more on this issue. Again, Democrats and Republicans ought to have a mutual interest in survival, because if these weapons are ever used, it could mean the end of our planet. As Mr. Foster from Illinois said earlier, we don't want to be looking into the sky and seeing one terrible flash and that's the end of it and wondering how we got there. We have it within our power right now to do something to reverse this trend toward nuclear destruction. We just have to have the courage to stand up to the defense contractors and all their big money, and to people who, quite frankly, think that the only way we can be strong is through building more and more nuclear weapons. That's not the measure of our strength. The measure of our strength, quite frankly, is the quality of life of the people in our country. We live in the richest country in the history of the world. We have 47 million people who don't know where the next meal is going to come from. We should all be ashamed of that. It is a national scandal. And when we try to raise that issue on the floor, we're told we don't have the money. Yet we have over $1 trillion to build more nuclear weapons. That's insane. That's mad. And so the plea of all of us here today, to Democrats and Republicans alike, we want the issue of a nuclear-free world. We want that on the table. We want that to be one of our goals. We want to aspire to that goal. And we want Congress, we want Democrats and Republicans to come together and to make that a reality. And I hope that people across this country get more engaged on this issue and demand more of their government on this issue. Because the trend right now, the way we are headed, it is in the wrong direction. So let's strive for a world free from nuclear weapons. Let's urge the next president. And again, I have great concerns, deep concerns, about the next president and his priorities. But you know what? We can't give up hope. And we ought to do everything we can to press him and this Congress to move in a different direction. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I thank all of my colleagues for participating in this special order, and I yield back my time.
The gentleman yields back. The chair will remind members in the gallery that you are a guest. Any mention of approval is violation of the House rules. Does the gentleman from Massachusetts have a motion?
I move that the House do now adjourn.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say yay.
Yay.
Those opposed say no. The yeas have it, and the motion is adopted. According to the House, stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow for the morning hour debate.